James Zaher here in the Storm Track 8 Weather Center, and we are keeping an eye on some active weather going on. We have been noticing some scattered showers and thunderstorms through most of the morning, and it continues such in hometowns, especially right around the Quad Cities and points south and east. And some of those storms are concerned because we do have a couple of thunderstorm warnings that are out. You can see that located in the yellow. Let's kind of go and talk about these two because these will be going on until about 2:45 this afternoon. So we have about a good 50 minutes or so when it comes to these warnings. Let's go with the first one that we see, and this is actually impacting the immediate Quad Cities. This one, let's go right to this. This one includes the possibility of seeing some maybe dime-size hail and the possibility of some strong winds. We do have that strong yellow polygon, which is indicating that these particular storms has some turning with it. So there is that possibility we could get a brief tornado development as well. Nothing really strong, but certainly the signs are there as far as the turning of the winds are concerned with this band. And that holds true with the other band that is right next to it, the other polygon, which is until 2:45. Once again, including the immediate Quad Cities and points south and east, in parts of Mercer County and extending into parts of western Henry County in Illinois. That includes not only Cambridge, but Orem, going down into Woodhull, places east of Aledo near New Windsor. So be on the lookout for these storms. They continue to make their way off to the north. And I believe that let me see here, the movement is likely right around, I would say, 30 or 35 miles an hour. It's about 30 miles an hour moving off to the northeast. So be advised of these storms that are moving in, especially for the immediate Quad Cities as they continue to make their way from south to north. Additional thunderstorms you can see in areas to the south of that. Let me go right in and zoom in here into parts of Knox County. And you can see with these storms, nothing severe with these, but is packing a wallop as far as the heavy rain is concerned. This is Gulf Moisture that we're dealing with, so very similar to what we had overnight. We could be getting some pretty good soaking rains out of this, with some lightning as well, but nothing really turning at the moment with those storms as they too continue to push off to the north and east. So this is the latest movement that we've seen from this particular area of activity. We've been kind of noticing it after midnight last night that there would be kind of a rotating vortex that would be making its way off to the north and east. And that would be something that we're going to have to keep a really close eye on. Let's go and bring back the camera to me because it looks like we just had a power bump that just took place around here. But nonetheless, we'll continue with these scattered showers and thunderstorms as we go throughout the afternoon. You can see from our eagle eye on top of our station here in Moline, looking off toward the south, that's a pretty good rain that is taking place. We've been noticing some claps of thunder as well. Not much as far as any wind, but like I said, these conditions that we're dealing with could be just brief enough that we could be seeing a little spin up, a brief spin up, maybe a very weak tornado or a brief spin up that could take place with these storms as they make their way through the immediate Quad Cities. So we'll be keeping an eye on this as we go through the afternoon. We have issued a weather impact alert throughout this afternoon, going into about 6 p.m. for the possibility of seeing not only severe weather, but maybe some isolated tornadoes, maybe even some dime-size or close to quarter-size hail that could be taking place with these storms throughout the afternoon. For more details, I'll give you another update coming up at 3 o'clock. That is just in 1 hour on the News 8 Plus app. We'll be able to really break it down, and we'll be able to take some questions as well regarding these scattered storms that are making their way through our viewing area. We'll go ahead and back to regular programming. And everyone, sorry to interruption here, but we do have a tornado warning now included with our severe thunderstorm warnings for parts of western Scott County. So let's get into the radar itself. You can see the 3 polygons that we're dealing with right here. The 2 polygons, the yellows, those are indicating severe thunderstorm warnings. But the one that we're concerned about is located in western Scott County. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in. We do have some tightly wrapped circulation going on, 2 very small but tight areas of circulation moving into western Scott County. And now a new one had just popped up just south of the Quad Cities, the immediate Quad Cities itself, in central Rock Island County itself. So that's a new tornado warning that just popped up. That goes until 2:45. 2:45. I'm keeping in touch with our friends at the National Weather Service here, where not only do we expect to see some tight circulation here with these maybe smaller, weak tornadoes, but also the possibility of some dime-sized hail that could be taking place as well. So that's your tornado warning for this one located around the immediate Quad Cities. You're likely hearing the sirens going off as well. We're likely probably getting some help from our iHeartRadio group. And of course, they will interrupt programming and certainly allow us to allow our coverage to continue on their radio programs as well, the over half a dozen stations that they have around the immediate Quad Cities. And of course, there's that tornado warning for parts of western Scott County. That too is until 2:45 with the possibility of maybe seeing some nickel or dime-sized hail with that. It could be larger, so that's something we'll definitely be keeping an eye on. I'm going to go right to the velocity mode here because that gives us an indication as to the potential movement or turning of the winds with the help of the raindrops that we see. The green representing the rain moving toward the radar site, the red indicating moving away from the radar site itself. So kind of focusing on areas right around parts of Rock Island County, right near Coyne Center itself. We could be talking about this circulation located right around Preemption itself. It looks very broad, but it's very tightly wrapped, actually just north of Sherrard itself. That could be the cell that the National Weather Service has been talking about and continues to make its way off to the north itself. Also, we want to go ahead and drag our way into western Scott County as well. And being so close to the radar, it really is a big challenge. So what we're going to do here is go back to the reflectivity mode and eventually go into the polygons themselves and go with the track themselves. So what we're dealing with here is we could be talking about a situation where it may be possibly a little bit more rain wrapped than anything. I'm going to give you an idea just by looking at the reflectivity where we could possibly see that circulation. And you can see right along the Mercer County, Rock Island County border right there, just east of Preemption, that could be some circulation that may be going on over there. I'm going to go and make my way up toward western Scott County. And once again, very challenging to see where this very small, very tight circulation may be taking place, but it could be located just near Walcott itself. And these 2 storms continue to make their way off to the north and east. So it looks like what they've done here, it looks like they're making 2 polygons here with the one located just around the Walcott area and points north and east to about maybe 2:45 as well. I am starting to hear sirens actually outside itself. There is come from Justin over, my friend at the National Weather Service. There is a little bit of a couplet located around Sherrard, which we just addressed. And we're getting that just by the reflectivity mode itself, just near Sherrard. Let me see if I can once again pop in Sherrard. Well, once again, I think we're just talking about just in that circulation, like we mentioned, right around the Mercer County, Rock Island County border. And then, like I said, once again, we're talking about the activity that's going on in western Scott County right there. So it looks like what they did here is they've kind of updated the polygon, the tornado warning, going into western Scott County. So that one's moving pretty quickly, but indications are there could be some tight circulation going on just near Walcott itself. I would say right around here is probably where we're seeing some of that circulation actually take place. Go back to velocity mode because once in a while there is some updates that do take place. And if I had to get a good fix on where we're seeing maybe that circulation, it could be right around there, right around Walcott itself. And once again, going back to This area just south of the immediate Quad Cities itself, we're likely seeing it right there, possibly around, I would say, 67 north of Preemption, probably right in this general area that we're likely seeing it. Just along it or just east of it, we're likely seeing that circulation take place and moving its way off toward the north. I'm going to go ahead and put a tracker on this, and because that's what we do, we'd like to track. And we're going to go ahead and move this up north. It's moving about 40 miles an hour or so. So I would say for areas like around the Kawase International Airport, okay, we're talking about just over 5 minutes from now. And then I would say about maybe 15 minutes or so for just the immediate Quad Cities for that particular storm that is producing some type of rotation on radar to make its way off to the north and east. So that's kind of what we're looking at there. And then let's go back to the tornado warning that we have once again in Walcott, and we'll go ahead and I'm going to kind of move it up just near the I-80 corridor and then points north and east. Given the current speed that we have being registered, moving around 40 miles an hour or so toward the north and east. If you're watching us around Donahue, we're talking about maybe less than 10 minutes from now. Over in Grand Mound, we're talking about maybe just about 20 minutes from now from this particular cell that has a possible tornado wrapped around it with all that rain that may be taking place, or the wraparound effect that we see where it's very hard to see with the naked eye, but even more challenging when you're trying to find it on the radar itself. So those are the two areas that we'll definitely be keeping an eye on as we go into this hour or so. These two tornado warnings that we have here are until about 2:45 this afternoon. So once again, that's about a good 35 minutes or so. The heavy, larger polygons, the yellow polygons that we see here are indicating severe thunderstorm warnings, also until 2:45. So within this area alone, we're getting some pretty decent shear that's going on. This is one of the elements that were talked about with meteorologist Andrew Stusky early this morning, where we've been seeing some decent shear going on, that change in wind speed and direction with height. And those are really the kind of nice ingredients that you can have to produce that horizontal spin or slinky effect when it comes to the wind. And when you allow this to interact with some updrafts from a growing thunderstorm, it can take that vertical. And what makes it even more challenging given the conditions is that it's not so obvious on the radar. These are very tightly wrapped circulations that could be more like weak tornadoes, but enough still as a circulation to produce some type of damage, okay? So that's why we have these tornado warnings out, as well as these severe thunderstorm warnings out for areas around the immediate Quad Cities. And like I said, stretching all the way down from western Scott County all the way into western Henry County. So once again, if you are under these warnings, don't try and look for the tornado. Don't try and check out the lightning, okay? The lightning is quite vivid, so we could be talking about some brief power outages that may be going on here as well. Okay, don't try and check that out. We do have some spotters out there that are trying to give us as best details they can, as well as our friends over at the National Weather Service. We can take a look at our eagle eyes, not only out in downtown Davenport, but you can see the one located on your screen right now. Some very heavy rain is going on. We've already seen around 2 inches of rain so far in the immediate Quad Cities. That includes Davenport. And given the fact that this is some really rich Gulf moisture that is going on, we're likely going to be seeing some additional rainfall, some heavy rainfall. Wouldn't be surprised if we got another ½ an inch or even an inch from this line that is actually making its way through the Quad Cities. So this is the Eagle Eye on top of our station here in Moline. That's located just north of the immediate Quad Cities. If we go and take a look at the Eagle Eye located over in downtown Davenport here in just a little bit, once again, we're likely seeing some pretty good rain. Visibility not too bad, but it's been a steady rain, some lightning flashes that have been going on as well, all from in this particular line. And of course, we're probably hearing the sirens that are going off in areas just northwest of Davenport, over in northwestern Scott County for that possible tornado that may be going on. And of course, as far as the tornado warning from areas from Moline to East Moline, Silvis, stretching southward towards Girard. We're likely hearing the warnings coming out of that as well. This is our Bridgepoint camera, and it gives a good indication as to how heavy this rain is coming down. You can see the traffic Illinois bound is actually moving very slow, and the visibility now it's very hard to see just across the river itself. So we are definitely dealing with some very heavy rain that is coming down from those particular storms. So once again, we are dealing with several polygons here, several warnings that are going on, not only with the severe thunderstorm warnings, but the tornado warnings as well. I want to go ahead and kind of zoom in once again for anyone who is joining us on these tornado warnings that are going on. We did get an update from Friends of the National Weather Service that the circulation that is going on within this particular tornado warning for parts of northwestern Scott County has really decreased in intensity. So that will be some good news. We're going to hold off on the warning for just maybe a little bit longer, as these are brief spin-ups that will be going on. I'm just reading up some of the information that's coming from our friends at the National Weather Service again. So once again, we're kind of in that situation where the circulation is very, very small, very hard to detect. And given the conditions that we're seeing, we can't rule out maybe even other brief, tight circulations that may be going on. Likely we're dealing with more of a kind of a, not just a brief tornado, but a very weak one at that, just because of what we're seeing on the radar and even the information I'm getting from our friends over at the National Weather Service as well. So that's kind of the scenario that we're looking at here when it comes to these storms. Still have a couple of more, another half an hour or so on those tornado warnings that are taking place across the area. Once again, we'll go back to the reflectivity mode again and kind of give you a broader shot what's taking place here. That these are the only warnings that we see when it comes to our viewing area. Really focused from Scott County to Rock Island County and even into western third of Henry County, all going on into Illinois. The line itself extends all the way down into Knox County itself, and tailing his way right in toward Peoria. These storms also continue to make their way generally from south to north. We put a circulation on this, and you can see it's a nice little circulation that we kind of saw this after midnight on the new overnight models, that we saw this little what we call a vortex coming out of Kansas City and then extending his way into northern Missouri and then pushing his way more to the north and east right through our viewing area. So when you are dealing with these kind of little mesoscale vortexes that take place here, you are dealing with a lot of change in wind direction from the surface aloft. We're talking about not only directional shear, but we're also talking speed shear that's going on as well. So right there, it gave us a big sign that this was a disturbance that needed to be watched on, needed to have a weather impact alert on going into the afternoon hours. We do have that weather impact alert until about 6 p.m. or so for our viewing area, but mainly from around the I-80 corridor and points southward. Now, you're probably wondering, what is this red box that we see here? Well, that is actually a tornado watch that is until 8 p.m. Now, for us around here, I think we will, and of course, it includes certain counties in our viewing area, such as Warren, Knox, Henry, Bureau, and Stark counties, okay? But given the position of this tornado watch, we'll likely see this erase a little bit as we make our way into probably the next, I would say, next couple of hours or so. You can see we still have a pretty good, we have a couple of bands that we still have to be really concerned about here. And I'll show you what I'm talking about. Well, we got this one band that is making its way across the area as we speak. And then the core of that spinning that's going on with this disturbance that we see just between Mount Pleasant and Burlington, and then tailing its way into Warren County, right around Monmouth and Roseville, we'll have to be concerned with that wave as well. So in this situation, we've got some good spinning going on, good circulation that is going on, and that's why we're concerned about maybe more of these very small, tight circulated conditions that could be taking place within these two bands. But right now, the main band that we see here, that is the one that we have to be concerned about the most because of the fact that we have these warnings that are taking place. And once again, nothing has really changed all too much as far as the timing of these warnings, but we have been noticing a little bit of some cutoff going on as well with these two warnings, these several warnings that are taking place. Let me see if I can get back to getting our warning boxes up again and the information. As you can see in the upper left-hand corner, these tornado warnings that we mentioned have been radar detected. Nothing visually has been spotted by our chasers out there. It's been more radar detected, but given what we're seeing with the rain itself, these have been more rain wrapped, and that makes it even more of a challenge as well. Of course, everyone who lives in Mercer County, northeastern Mercer County, you're under that severe thunderstorm warning. The good news is that has been canceled. And then parts of that tornado warning in Mercer County also has been canceled as well. But once again, these two warnings that we see here, these two tornado warnings will still go on for at least another 25 more minutes. And then if we are not indicating any more future circulations within that time period, then we'll go ahead and cancel these warnings as well. And those cancellations are actually done by the people over at the National Weather Service. Go ahead and read some information here. Give me a second here, folks. Let's see here, and reading all that information there. Okay, so nothing has really changed all too much that we're seeing once again with these warnings. Once again, all these are severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings that are going on from western Scott County right through the immediate Quad Cities and then extending its way into parts of western Henry County until about 2:45. The little dinging, you might be hearing that from my microphone. That is actually some of the information that may be coming from our friends at the National Weather Service here. So I'm going to kind of read some of the information here around Maysville and Plainview in western Scott County. There could be potentially another type of circulation that may be going on. So I went over to velocity mode here, and let's see if I can pick up Maysville going into Plainview itself. So if we might be seeing any type of circulation, it could be actually more east of Dixon, Iowa as well. So the area that they're keeping an eye on for possible circulation could be right around here itself, okay? And so nothing as far as there's no new information as far as extending the warning yet, but it looks like that's something they're going to be keeping an eye on going into the next few minutes or so. So this is where they could be seeing some potential circulation. Of course, is actually very near the Doppler radar that is located over at the airport just south of Eldridge and Joy, Illinois there, so over at the Mount Joy Airport. So that's probably why it may be a little bit of a challenge finding that circulation. But likely we're talking about just north of Maysville for that possible circulation that may be taking place. The tornado warning for parts of northeastern Muscatine County was a very small area. That has been canceled, so that is some very good news as well. Let's go back to reflectivity mode if we can. And it looks like they have extended that warning for areas just north and east of Maysville. It's a very small area from these storms that continue to make their way pretty much off to the north itself. So I went ahead and and what I'm going to do is, this is a loop for the past hour. Let's make it about 30 minutes and make it even interesting. Big boom of lightning or thunder we just had outside Harris Station here in Moline. So I would say, boy, this is very much of a challenge trying to find that potential circulation that may be going on. So let me see if I can get that loop going on one more time. No doubt, very heavy rain going on, a lot of vivid lightning that may be taking place as well. So I'm going to go ahead and see if I can put a tracker on this, and then we can probably get more details here. I'm going like so, and I'm going to move it more off in this general direction that we see here. So we talked about Grand Mound. We talked a little bit about potential about impacting Donahue. It is on top of you right now. And our friends in DeWitt, we're talking about maybe about 15 minutes or so, you may be impacted by this very tight, very small, very weak tornado that may be taking place now north of Maysville that could be approaching Highway 30 just north of Maysville itself. Okay, so be advised with that particular storm, you're probably hearing the sirens going off. So make sure that you're in your safe place. Always want to put as many walls between you and the storm itself. Once again, we're going to go back to areas around the immediate Quad Cities. Of course, keeping an eye on the circulation that may be going on around here. And once again, it's very, very challenging to find this circulation. I'm going to actually go back to reflectivity mode here, and then go ahead and put a, let's see, get a tracker on this here. Go here, and we'll go one more, and that's what I want to do here. Okay, I'm going to try and zoom in, and looks like we have now got a new, and I just heard a little ding, and that was probably because of the new tornado warning that they just issued. I'll get in here even closer. New tornado warning until 3:15 now, 3:15 for a good chunk now of Henry County. That does include Cambridge, it does include Kelowna, Geneseo, and Orion. That is until 3:15. We could be talking about some nickel or even some quarter-size hail when it comes to those storms. Let me get some information, even more details if I can here. It's a radar indicated, okay, and the movement is pretty slow, northeast at 20 miles an hour. They're just saying that they're not actually giving a particular town, let's see, right near Osco or near Cambridge itself. Okay, so that is just west of Osco. I'm going to put the velocity mode on here. And okay, I can see where we could be talking about a little circulation here. I'm going to try and get this into a movement, and that usually can help indicate where we could be seeing some of this circulation going on. And I think I'm getting an idea what we're talking about here. I'm going to get my little arrow here, my trusty arrow, and I think we're talking about right here. Some cases you don't need an obvious green and red effect on the velocity mode to actually find the circulation. You can actually see the intensity maybe of the one or two particular colors. In this case, we're noticing that with the green. So it's right around here, which we're noticing some of that circulation going on, and appears to be by the movement itself that it's going from south to north. I'm going to try and widen this picture out a little bit more, and then I'm going to go ahead and put a tracker on it. Just because of what I'm seeing here on the velocity mode itself, I'm going to go right about there, and I'm going to push it northward, okay? It's moving around 20 miles an hour or so. So I would say, given the timing here, it may be about a minute or two off, but around Geneseo, we're talking just around 2:33, 2:35. If you're watching this in Hisdale, we're talking about maybe around 10 minutes before 3 itself. And if it still holds together, friends around Erie, Prophetstown, we're talking about just a few minutes before 3 o'clock. So I'm on velocity mode here, and given what I'm seeing just near Cambridge itself, right near Osco, that's likely the circulation that is taking place. It's pretty much rain wrapped, but by the velocity mode itself, we actually are seeing some type of a turn that is going on here. And I'll go ahead and put that arrow back on. This is kind of what I'm looking at right here. That's the circulation that we're seeing with that storm as it continues to make its way northward. So the towns I just mentioned, once again, I would say just be careful, be on guard, get to your safe place if you can. The sirens are going off, which means a tornado has been detected on radar, and we are seeing that clearly on the velocity mode itself. On the reflectivity mode, it's likely being indicated just east of the Cambridge area, right around here, seeing those storms as they continue to make their way off to the north. So we'll be definitely focusing on that line even more so as we go through the next hour or so. Let me put this over here, and we'll go ahead and do that. Okay, so we're good there. Oh, let me go ahead and get that off. Both of them off there. Okay. And we'll keep it on reflectivity mode. So these are the warnings that we're dealing with, mainly focused around the immediate Quad Cities and points south and east. So much dinging going on here. There's just so much that is taking place. So let me see if I can get any more information here. The tornado warning still remains in effect for northwestern Scott and even around southwestern Clinton County as well. Okay, so it looks like I'm going to, okay, so the warnings continue for those areas until 2:45. So they still are witnessing some type of circulation going on there. Not so much as far as what I'm seeing with the rest of Scott County going into Davenport and Bettendorf itself. Don't see much around here in this particular area. This yellow polygon here, that's indicating a severe thunderstorm warning until 2:45 for another 15 minutes. Not too much going on here, so that is some fairly good news. Yet the sirens are still going off, so keep that in mind. And here's our tornado warning that's still in effect. I think we're talking about this circulation now making its way into parts of downtown Moline and East Moline. Downtown Moline and East Moline. Hopefully my wife is hearing me right now that I think it's a good idea that hopefully you are in the basement with the dogs, okay? But likely that circulation is probably right around the Moline, East Moline area as we speak. And go to velocity mode. It's really hard to detect. That's a good sign, even on velocity mode itself. That is a good sign. I'm not seeing much circulation, but likely probably getting some pretty good rain that is coming down pretty hard with this area of activity that's making its way in those general areas. So that's kind of what we're dealing with, at least what I'm seeing on the radar itself. And let's see here. Not noticing, let's see if I can go. I'm just looking at more information, once again, from our friends at the National Weather Service itself. Nothing as far as any updates, just reminding people once again that we are dealing with these warnings that are going on across our viewing area. Coming up at about 3 o'clock or so, if the warnings that we see here do get canceled, I will be doing a severe weather coverage on our News 8 Plus app. So if you haven't been able to install it, you might want to do that because we give an opportunity to get into more details, break this down even more so while we try not to interrupt so much of your programming here on News 8. But in this situation that we're dealing with right here, you can see that they've got plenty of warnings that are going on within this particular line and even extending now even more south and east all the way down into Peoria. And given the circulation that we've been noticing here, and I'll go ahead and put our circulation back on here again, with that line that extends all the way down into Peoria, with that warning, it's likely going to impact parts of or all of Bureau County itself. Okay, so we'll have to keep an eye on that circulation. You see that nice turning that's going on, this whole area of circulation that is taking place all across eastern Iowa and northwestern Illinois. Okay, some really good rotation going on here. A very small, what we call like a nice little vortex going on that is rotating across the area. And when every time you see these little vortexes move its way through, that means you got some pretty good turning of the air. From the surface to loft, we got some good speed shear going on. That's where the winds actually increase with height. And you're also dealing with some pretty good directional shear, a change in wind direction with height. So that's kind of what we're looking at here with these storms. And as I mentioned earlier on in our coverage, we have been noticing too some very heavy rain. This is a lot of Gulf moisture, kind of what we had overnight, last night, and that continues even into today. That is producing some very heavy rain. We had amounts between 1 to 2 inches of rain from those storms that we had overnight. And we're very likely be talking about an average, at least another inch of rain from these storms, given the speed that we're looking at going into the afternoon. So we could be adding some more of those. We may be able to fill up a good amount of those rain gauges as well. Taking a look, this is actually this is coming from Mid-American Energy as far as power outages are concerned. And you can see we have a little cursor right there indicating that on the Illinois side of the Quad Cities, about 250 people are without power. You can see it right there. About 250 customers are without power. So not only are we dealing with some of the heavy rain, but within this particular line, a lot of vivid lightning going on, most likely a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning that is taking place here. So that's probably why we're dealing with those power outages. So just keep that in mind. Of course, we have those red boxes that we see here, those red counties, and that's indicating a tornado watch until around 8 p.m. Now, we actually are on the western fringe of this tornado watch that is including counties such as Bureau, Henry, even around Knox, Monmouth, even farther southward as we go and extends in toward Peoria. But us being on the western fringe of this tornado watch, likely that is going to be canceled once these couple of waves that we see here make the way out of the area. So we have to deal with this wave that we're noticing from Peoria all the way through the Quad Cities, extending just south of, looks like around DeWitt itself. And then I think we just have to deal with this wave located right behind it from, looks like around east of Macomb and extending his way into just west of Galesburg near Monmouth the south, and then twisting his way back right toward Burlington. Okay, so we have to get through these two waves, and then it'll likely cancel this part of the tornado watch for our area. So that's kind of what we're dealing with this particular little vortex that's making his way across the I-80 corridor and points southward. Taking a look at some of the radar estimates that may be going on, parts of Muscatine going into Rock Island County. There are indications that maybe about 2 inches at least of rain has fallen from that particular line, with looks like a little bit more on the way. Now, fortunately, the ground has been taking some of this rain and soaking it into the ground. That is some great news. We just don't want it to come down in a very short period of time. And given the situation that we're noticing with the information from the National Weather Service, we could be talking about some serious ponding that's going on in some of those poor drainage areas. In rural areas, some serious ponding as well. So that is why we're a little concerned about some of the driving that may be going on, getting close to rush hour, which will be taking place in just a couple of hours or so. I believe we have a camera out toward Macomb, and the rain continues to take place over Macomb. It's kind of in a holding phase right now, as you can see. But safe to say, even around the Macomb area, they're getting some very heavy rain as well. So keep that in mind. It's not just as far as the potential for seeing some severe weather around here, but also the potential for seeing some very heavy rain in a very short period of time. If you happen to be joining us right now, we are under a numerous amounts of severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings that stretch from the immediate Quad Cities and points south and east. Here are the now 2 warnings that we see here. A little circulation going on with this particular warning until 2:45. That's just another 8 more minutes. The polygon itself has been slowly shrinking, so that's some good news, but they have been noticing a little bit of some circulation going on just around the Wapsie River itself. I would say right around the Wapsie, just south and east of Calamus, south and west of DeWitt. There could be some type of circulation going on there. It was very brief, but nonetheless, they want to definitely keep an eye right around here for that circulation and why they continue with that tornado warning for just a few more minutes. And then, of course, we have to deal with the warning that is down to our south and east. Let me get back to this particular warning that covers a good chunk of Henry County. That includes Geneseo, Cambridge, even just west of Kewanee itself, but it's really the circulation that we have been noticing now north and east of Cambridge. Let's see if I can get this to move for me. Let's go this way, and I'm going to put the velocity mode on and see if I can find that circulation. I'm going ahead and put it into my loop, which really helped me the last time. Oh, okay. Give me a good indication of where that possible circulation is, and I'll put my arrow on there. That's kind of what I'm watching right here. Boom, it's like right on top of Interstate 80, right near Atkinson and probably just east of Geneseo. That's where we're seeing that flow making its way right here. So a possible rotation going on radar with between Geneseo and Atkinson, right along Interstate 80 itself, and that continues to make its way off toward the north. Kind of losing a little bit of a phasing going on, so that's some good news. But nonetheless, just by the velocity mode itself, we don't have to worry so much about seeing a whole lot of red and green kind of mixed together. Just by looking at the intensity of the color itself around green, I do see a little bit. You see it right there, right around here, we're seeing that circulation. And like I said, these storms are moving pretty quickly. Looks like maybe around 40 miles an hour or so. It looks like it just made its way just past Interstate 80 itself, and that continues to make its way off toward the north. I'm going to go ahead and put a tracker on this from the last loop itself, and I'm going to go right about here, and I'm going to go northward, okay? I'm going to go boom, right about there, okay? So if you're watching us in Hisdale, if you're watching us from Erie Prophetstown, we're talking about 10 minutes or less for 10 to 15 minutes or so for that potential circulation that I see on the velocity mode to be impacting you. So just keep that in mind. Hopefully you are not trying to search for this circulation. We are basically seeing on the velocity mode, so it's just a good idea to get to your safe place, get down to your basement before this storm is all said and done from that particular line. That's the line that we have to really be concerned about as we head into the next couple of hours or so. And it appears that they have now put a brand new tornado warning out. I'm not surprised given this line that we're seeing, because there's some really decent turning of the air that's going on, and that may even extend even into eastern Bureau County. They may put another warning out for eastern Bureau County, and it could very likely be a tornado warning just given the circulation that we're noticing here. So let me get into the scene where we have the warnings that are taking place. I'm going to go and move in here, and we'll zoom into this new warning. I've got to zoom in even more. This until 3:15. So if you're watching us in Anawan and Atkinson, even in Kewaunee, I got a chance to go to Weatherfield Elementary School and talking about the kids, about our storm chasing vehicle, the beast itself, and the capabilities of what it can do if we can't have a hard time seeing anything on the radar itself. We get those eyes out there. We have that indication going on right now with this particular cell. So this tornado warning is until 3 p.m. Let me see if I can even get some more details on this new warning that is out. And there it is. There's a possible tornado, once again indicated by radar near Neponset or near Kewaunee, moving to the north at around 20 miles an hour or so. Not much movement going on here. And if we can go ahead and zoom in even more, because I want to show you, there's Neponset and there is Kewaunee. And looking at right near Kewaunee itself, very hard once again to see these very small, tight circulations take place, even on velocity mode itself. I'll go ahead and put our loop on, and let me go and put it in the last 30 minutes or so, and then we can get you an idea. But if you're watching us Kewaunee in Neponset, hopefully you're in your shelter, you're in your safe place, and that would be the best place for you to be right now, given that what we're seeing possibly on the radar itself. Come on, put me into motion here. Here we go. And we go that, and we go there, we go. So it's, once again, very hard to find this circulation going on. And I would say it's probably, I'll get my arrow in here, right about there. That's probably where we're seeing that circulation going on, right around here. Okay, that's just off of 34 there between Kewaunee and Neponset, just west of Sheffield as well. And that definitely does have eyes for Anawan. So if you're watching us in Anawan, hopefully you're in your shelter, okay? Because that's the circulation I'm seeing right now. Let me see if I can go ahead and wiggle my way into showing that circulation is right there. Okay, and that's what I'm watching right there as that continues to make his way toward the northwest. Might but just graze our friends in Atkinson, but definitely has eyes for Anawan right there off of, looks like right off of 87. Let me see if I can actually get that here. 78, I mean, Illinois 78, okay? That's where I'm actually seeing that possible circulation take place, okay? So be in your safe place, okay? Do take cover, as I'm seeing some type of circulation going on now just north of Highway 34 between Kewaunee and even Neponset. It looks like making its way more to the north, kind of bending its way a little bit more north and west, but definitely is in the direction toward Anawan. So hopefully you are hearing the sirens and you are definitely taking cover on that. Let me go back, because I've been hearing a lot of dinging going on with updates left and right. No surprise about that. But we are continuing to see all these warnings that are going on. Looks like the warning that we have in parts of a small part of Clinton and northwestern Scott County, this is going to be allowed to expire. And that could very likely be the case with these severe thunderstorm warnings that we see just to the south of that yellow polygon that we see here, and even the one that's located just south of that. So I'm pretty sure here we got about a minute or so to go, but likely this polygon will be canceled, this polygon will be gone, and likely this polygon will be gone. So that will mean that the immediate Quad Cities will be looking pretty quiet here until we keep an eye on that second wave that we see just off to our south and west. Hopefully what we're going to be noticing here is that this wave that we're noticing that extends just north of the immediate Quad Cities and points south and east, let me get my arrow back on here, and points south and east, maybe could very likely be robbing the energy and even some of the dynamics going on with this that we're seeing in southern Mercer County. So that will be some good news there going on into areas south of the Quad Cities. So hopefully we don't see any additional warnings when it comes to this particular area. Let's go ahead and take a look at the eagle eyes if we can, and give you an update of what we've been noticing in our general area. We've probably seen about a good at least 1 to 2 inches of rain from that wave that has made its way through the immediate Quad Cities itself. Visibility has really improved on our Bridgepoint camera, so that is some good news, but it was really coming down. It was so hard to actually see the I-74 bridge itself, and now we're getting some really good visibility, but keep in mind, ponding is going on there, and you can actually see too, and hopefully we can get some help from our friends in the booth here, that traffic Iowa bound is moving pretty slow. There looks like some type of accident right near the arch itself. So we're going to find out here in just a little bit. The folks in the booth are going to try and update me on my IFB, my little hearing device, as far as the details that may be going on. But Iowa bound on the I-74 bridge is slow to pretty much stopping. So we're going to find out here in just a little bit. I could go to John here. John, can you give us some information on that, sir?
Yeah, we are trying to find a little bit more information on that. I mean, I think you can see the backup there. We know that the second lane from right is blocked. There looks like there's some debris there on the left-hand lanes. A little bit tough to tell because we're looking at an image, a different camera of the I-74 bridge there. And obviously emergency crews are there. Right now, though, we don't know the cause of this, and so we don't know if it's at all weather related, but just stuff that we keep an eye on. Obviously, as all of this, as storms move through our area.
John, I'm going to try and see if I can try to connect into the Bridgepoint camera and try and even zoom if I can too.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's loading. It looks like we're going to have a hard time trying to get in, unfortunately. But let's go ahead and keep it on that shot. Go ahead, John. My apologies for interrupting.
No, that's fine. I mean, you had it there. I will just update you. We haven't seen much change. I think you were mentioning some of the power outages from Mid-American. That really hasn't changed. It still sits at about 250 customers. So that is holding steady right now.
Okay, and eventually in the newsroom, we'll hopefully get some even more information, more details regarding what we possibly could be seeing on the bridge itself. And yes, there looks like there could be some debris on there on the bridge, and that's why the traffic, you can see Iowa bound is pretty slow at pretty much at a snail's pace. So be advised about that. If you're Iowa bound, maybe think about a different direction. Maybe take Centennial Bridge if you want to get onto the Iowa side itself. And you did mention, John, that we're still at around 250 customers without power.
That's correct. And then I also want to mention one more thing, and just in case parents are out there kind of wondering what's going on at the schools, we know that some of the schools in Rock Island, they were in their shelter-in-place protocol, nothing unusual, but we are being told that they're going to be dismissing on time, so in case parents are just wondering what's going on with that, everything seems to be kind of as normal except for that shelter-in-place process that they're going through right now.
All right, very good. Well, right now we're dealing with several warnings that are going on, and once again, we're getting the updates from our friends even at the National Weather Service as well. We can see a number of, I'm trying to get my IFB box working again here, and you can see a number of polygons that we see here, not only as far as the tornado warning, but also a flash flood warning. I just want to point out, as you can see, that they did cancel those warnings, those 2 severe thunderstorm warnings for areas around the immediate Quad Cities and western Henry County, even extending into northwestern Scott County. So that's good, mainly because of the main line that has now moved out in those particular areas. We are noticing a flash flood warning that is out. This is the area I was just talking about. We had about 1 to 3 inches of rain from that line that made its way through. Heavy that took place just from Wilton down in toward Muscatine itself. And this is the area where we had about 2 or 3 inches of rain coming down in a very short period of time. Most of that soaking in, but in other places not the case. Some serious ponding may be going on there. So if you see any high water, don't try and drive through it. Turn around, don't drown is the saying that we use when it comes to flash flood warnings. This is until 8:30 p.m. Hopefully it's going to be cut down even shorter given the information and the observations that are going on with that in that particular area. But if you're watching us in Muscatine, in Stockton, in Wilton, in Iowa, be on guard. You are under a flash flood warning until 8:30, given 2 to 3 inches of rain that has fallen in a very short period of time. And I'm going to go ahead and make our way back to the tornado warning that is still going on in parts of Henry and going into western Bureau County. The one on the western fringe is until 3:15, excuse me, and the one that is located east of that also until 3:15. So these cover Geneseo to Anawan to Buda, even places like around Sheffield and even around Wyandotte, probably making his way northward. That's just south of the Hoople area. So we understand that the beast is heading in onto 36th Avenue in Moline, and that's just south and east of the station itself. Just noticing some rain going on. The warnings are all out of the area around Moline and East Moline, even around Davenport itself. So that is some good news. Really big concern, though, is off toward the east with these warnings that we do see here, where we are getting at least radar detected the possibility of seeing some small circulation going on. I want to go back to our velocity mode, and I'm going to go ahead and put it into motion. Once again, kind of gives us an idea. Throughout this whole severe weather coverage, it's been certainly a challenge in finding out where this circulation may be actually taking place here. So I want to go ahead and put the warnings on. And when it comes to the circulations that I see here, we're watching this area now pretty much right on top of Anawan itself, or just south of town. That's what I'm a little concerned about, seeing some of that rotation going on. And that continues to make its way off toward the north itself. So if you're watching this in Hoople, make sure that even though you're not in the warning itself, given the speed of this, now it's only moving about 20, 25 miles an hour, but likely will be impacting you here very shortly. We'll go ahead and put a tracker on this, and I'll just go and go with the circulation that I'm seeing right here. And it very likely will even cover a few more hometowns as well. But given what I'm seeing here, Atkinson and Hoople, we've mentioned that, and even around places just outside of that, you're definitely under that particular circulation. Yes, John?
Hey, James, can we take a look at something real quick? We got some
Absolutely.
video in, and I want to just kind of get your take on this. Do you see between those red barns off in the distance a little activity? This was sent in. This is from Sherrard.
Yes.
Mary Beth Lincoln sent this to us, and we're trying to kind of pinpoint what that is. It looks, is that something that's kind of coming down towards the ground, or is that just something that's coming up from the ground?
Well, that's really interesting. By the looks of it, it's very hard to tell, but that it could be two things there. One that really sticks out is that it could be simply smoke itself.
That's what I thought at first. I wasn't sure though, because it looked like it's coming up from the ground.
Correct. It could most likely be some type of smoke. It could be some type of a scud. It's kind of a cloud that's so saturated it kind of sticks near the ground itself. So that could be a possibility as well, but I kind of bet the fact that it looks like some type of smoke that may be going on around Sherrard from earlier activity that took place, I would say about maybe a half an hour to 45 minutes ago.
In either case, so it's really important. We really appreciate this because this is how we can get a sense of things, whether or not we can immediately discern exactly what it is. It's very important that we get these sort of eyes on what's happening because there's only so much you can tell from radar.
Yes.
These visuals help. So if you are watching right now, certainly if you want to send us something, we would very much appreciate it. I think the warning always is don't put yourself in harm's way to try to get video of something. If you can safely do it, do that. But if you're in the path of this, as James has been mentioning, and you need to get to your shelter and your safe area, you need to do that first.
That's right. I mean, some people are probably if they are taking pictures, are hopefully the ones that are south of that particular line where the warnings are actually taking place. Now, we haven't had any reports from chasers themselves that anything visual that they've been able to see. The information from these warnings that have been going on throughout our coverage has been more radar detected. Kind of what we've been doing here as far as trying to find that circulation, because keep in mind, the elements that we're dealing with here are very challenging because with these tight circulations that are going on, they're also very small. We have no problem as far as finding those larger pieces of circulation, especially when it comes to those supercell storms. But when you're dealing with these kind of low-based thunderstorm complexes that are going on, it makes it even more challenging. These are not big wedges that go on. These are very small, brief, but weak tornadoes that usually take place in these type of conditions. So it's very hard to see that, as you just mentioned, John, on the radar itself. But we can only go by what we're seeing on the radar, and it's usually a bonus if we have spotters out there as well. For example, we talked about the tornado warning that has been going on that was issued for areas between Kewaunee and Neponset. Got a report from the Neponset Fire. Great people out there at the fire department over in Neponset. Had a spotter north of the village, but they have not seen really any obvious rotation that may be going on. Okay, that has been kind of the whole storyline here throughout this past hour or so, trying to find that circulation itself. And once again, that storm that show that rotation on radar is quickly advancing its way toward the I-80 corridor and points northward. So once again, going back to velocity mode, I would say that if we are seeing some type of circulation going on, and I think it's quite broad here, John, is that we're noticing it just right around Anawan itself. I'm going to go ahead and put a loop on this if we can. And come on, there we go. Slight delay on that. Let's go ahead and, I'm going to go ahead and put my little arrow here. And that's what we're looking at right there. Okay, it's kind of a broad rotation that we're noticing, but nonetheless, it's rotation. And that's why they're continuing with this tornado warning for extreme eastern Henry County and western Bureau County for another 15 minutes or so. So I would say that's the only concern, but great eyes from their friends at the fire department over in Neponset indicating that they haven't seen much rotation, so that is some really good news there. John, do we have an update on those power outages that we see actually in the upper right-hand corner?
Yeah, I think not much has changed, and that's really the good news. The number stays at 250. You can see that on your screen there. That's all on the Illinois side of the river, and that's been pretty consistent, I guess, James, now for probably the past half hour or so. And sometimes it takes a little while for these things to get reported, and then we'll end up seeing a jump that's drastic. Hopefully, that does not happen in this case.
Right.
But we're keeping an eye on it, and certainly in the path of the storm, we've seen other towns kind of, maybe off to the west.
Sure.
Out of our viewing area that maybe are dealing with some problems.
Sure. And, I think we can't ignore all the viewers, the hometowns east of the Quad Cities as well, from that line with not just the heavy rain, but all this lightning that is going on. No question, this vortex that is making its way through the area is certainly electrified. It has some really, really good dynamics. And that's why we're dealing with some of these warnings. Here's a new warning that just popped up here, and I'll get it up here in just a second. We'll zoom in here. So we got the tornado warning here for parts of Henry and Preston Bureau. That's until 3:15. But here's the new warning that's out. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. And that line, like we've been noticing with the line heading westward, it has the potential for producing a brief spin up. This is until 4 p.m. That's until 4 p.m. And it does include Granville Hall, Princeton, if you're watching us, even around Spring Valley. Okay, so that is until 4 p.m., a good hour. You could get some hail out of this, maybe nickel or dime size, and the possibility you can get some wind. But what we're really concerned about is that turning of the wind that could produce maybe a brief but weak tornado. Just because of the ingredients that we're seeing here, that is going to be something we'll have to definitely keep an eye on. So that thicker polygon is usually indicated by the help of our algorithms that, hey, this line that is going to make its way through central and eastern Bureau County could likely produce a brief spin up as well. So be advised, if you're in that warning, hopefully you're indoors. There's going to be some pretty good rain that's going to be falling, just like we saw from this line that made its way through the Quad Cities. We've already seen on average about maybe 1 to 2 inches, even 3 inches, I would say, if you include this wave that's coming on through. And likely we're going to get maybe even another ½ an inch or inch before this is all said and done. So you can see, if I wind out the picture a little bit more, you can see that we've got still plenty more storms on the way. We still have another line just to the south and west of our viewing area. Right here I'm looking at, but this line here is not as impressive as the line that we're seeing ahead of it. So this is probably likely getting robbed of all the energy that's going on ahead of it, and that's why we're just seeing a broken line, a little cluster here of some showers and thunderstorms, but nonetheless, maybe some pretty good rainfall that is coming out of there as well. We can actually go to our rainfall rate here. And this is one of the reasons why we have even a flash flood warning out for a small part of Muscatine County going into around Cedar County with this heavy rain that's been going on. So this is rainfall intensity that is taking place here. And you can see that rainfall that took place just around, that made its way through Muscatine, now making its way even farther north and east. But you can see some of that very heavy rain, blinding rain that is going on. You could very likely get easily even an inch of rain out of this particular line, now located just northeast of LeClaire, heading toward Clinton, Morrison, and even parts of Hisdale as well. That's some extremely heavy rain already taking place now just north of Anawan, where we could potentially be dealing with some type of circulation going on just east of Anawan itself. Some very heavy blinding rain going on there, and that same line now making its way into Bureau County. Some very heavy but brief rain took place around Buda just a minute ago or so, and you can see how all that heavy rain is now eyeing places like around Tiscua. You can probably see our friends in Tiscua, if you're noticing to your south, you're probably noticing very dark clouds there. That is packing some very heavy rain and now getting ready to make its way in toward Princeton. Depew is going to very likely continue its northward path. So if you're watching us in Walnut, Mendota, I would say Lamoille, Arlington, Dover, Sherry, you're going to be seeing some extremely heavy rain, likely maybe even some serious ponding that may be going on if you're heading back from work or even school. So this is indicating the rainfall intensity that's going on. We go back to reflectivity mode, and you can see that that heavy rain is also associated with some vivid lightning. Could be talking about some brief power outages as well, but also what we're concerned about, the possibility of seeing this brief circulation that we're noticing as well. Pretty much the one that is really catching my attention, though it doesn't look very impressive, is the one located right along the the I-80 corridor right near Anawan itself. So that's the only thing I see right now that's possibly showing some type of maybe broad rotation. Is really losing a lot of its energy right here. And as I mentioned about 5 or 10 minutes ago, the fire department over in Neponset, where I have my arrow right there, is between Kewaunee and even around Sheffield, they didn't see much as far as any rotation, but these are very challenging just because they're very brief, they're very, very small, and they're very hard to detect. What you're seeing right now on your screen is the Beast, our storm-chasing vehicle, and I very likely, John, are we heading east?
We're heading east. They were just going through Coal Valley just a moment ago.
Okay.
Yeah. But they're heading east on 80 there.
Okay, I would say go ahead and continue with that east course, and maybe likely if you get even east of Anawan itself, where we see that one line where we got that severe thunderstorm warning out, with even the possibility of seeing a brief tornado, that would not be a bad place to go as well, John. John, any more information? I'm going to try and get some information from our friends at the National Weather Service here.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, one thing, we've gotten a few reports from some of the train spotters in the area. One of them kind of noted this, James, and I think you've been talking about this, are some wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour. That they spotted that and kind of measured that in New Boston, Illinois.
Okay.
So that's something that we're just kind of seeing just to get a sense of how the conditions can vary just, you know, a few miles down the road here.
Right.
Because here, you know, as you look at the shot from the Beast, it looks fairly calm, and depending on what direction the Beast happens to be facing, almost the skies look like they're bright and they're clearing. And on sort of toward the left, obviously, you can see the much darker clouds.
Yeah, if you're heading toward the east right now, yeah, right there, I believe that is the I-80, I-74. Yep, right there. Yeah, you can see out there in the distance a lot of darkness out there, and that's where the very heavy rain, lightning that's going on there is taking place, and continues to make its way off toward the north to south. So this is where we're concerned about, you know, the very heavy, blinding rain that's going on, the lightning that, as we've been noticing in the immediate Quad Cities, especially on the Illinois side, these brief power outages that may be going on, but also the winds. And as you mentioned, when we mentioned about the challenge in finding these very tight little areas of circulation going on, they're also very weak. I mean, if we are getting some type, if we are seeing some brief touchdowns that may be going on, they are very brief, and the winds that are turning around is only around 50 miles an hour or so. So that's good, but that can considered to produce some type of damage, though very light in nature. So it's kind of very similar to, John, when we talked about the, last week we talked about the, that land spout that took place, where in land spouts, you know, they don't cause much damage. They can have some decent circulation that could be around 50 miles an hour. So it can cause some light damage. And that's kind of what we may be dealing with these tornado warnings that are going on in parts of Henry and extending into Bureau County, as we mentioned, right around the Anawan area. I think that really is the only activity I see right now that just may be a bit of a concern right now. It's very broad in nature, but not seeing much as far as that circulation is concerned. So at least what I'm seeing on the radar here is some fairly good news. What they're going to do here too, John, is that they're going to cancel that tornado warning here in about 8 minutes or so for western parts of Henry County. This warning that we see right here, it looks like they're going to go ahead, let me see, make sure that is right. Yeah, they're going to allow for that warning to expire for parts of Geneseo and Cambridge. You're pretty much out of the clear, and it's mainly because of that line that has made its way just off to your north and east. So you're all good, but keep in mind, we're not done with the wet weather. You can see just off to your south and west, we still have a nice little circulation going on across Mercer County. And if I put the loop on here, you can see that those storms are actually going to be kind of encompassing parts of extreme western Henry County here in just a little bit. If you're watching us around the immediate Quad Cities, yeah, we still have this batch of moisture that still will be making its way through your area. So everything that we see in Mercer County making its way through Aledo, New Windsor itself, Viola, that is going to be making its way right through the Quad Cities. But I'm not really concerned about any type of additional thunderstorm or tornado warning. I just don't see any of that circulation going on. I'll put it on anyways. Maybe some bursts of wind that could happen here, but I don't see anything that is actually circulating, so that is some good news. So really the only major circulation that we could be seeing here is just off to our east with this particular line that is going on here, John.
Perfect. And then just an update out here on the power outages. Not much change. And in fact, you know, when you look at the details of some of these outages, the crews are either on the way or they're actively working to make these repairs, especially kind of on the back end of the line that you've been talking about. We've also monitoring Ameren as an example that serves parts of the area, and really not much to report there as far as concerns or outages.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I just went ahead and I updated the rainfall that we've seen since last night. That was some nice rainfall that we had around here overnight. I had reports of over 1 to just near 2 inches of rain. And now if we add that to what we're seeing from this batch that has been coming on through since the afternoon hours, you can see the yellow and even some orange. And you look on the legend there, that's indicating some pretty good rainfall amounts too. I know a lot of farmers, I have talked to so many farmers in the past week or so, wanting some pretty good rain to soak into that ground. And you're certainly getting that. As you can see on our legend here, 2 to 3. There could be some areas over 3 inches of rain, especially just north of around Muscatine itself, where I believe we still have our, let me see if I can get those warnings up again. We still have that flash flood warning out for areas around Muscatine here until about 8:30. That could very likely be canceled in the next, I would say, couple of hours or so. But the rain came down so hard there that they're concerned about some potential of some flash flooding that may be going on. That just is water that there's no place for it to go, and it just increases with height. So we're concerned about not just what we could be seeing on 61, but even some of the rural roadways as well, from Muscatine all the way into Wilton, poor drainage areas. We certainly have to be concerned about as well with this flash warning. So you can see who's pretty much under Muscatine to Wilton, Stockton, even around Moscow, Iowa, under this flash flood warning. So take it slow. If you see some high water in front of you, just turn around, don't drown, is the old saying we've been saying for so many times when it comes to flash flooding around here.
And James, we know that there is street flooding happening right now in Rock Island near 11th and 45th Avenue.
11th and 45th Avenue?
Now, we have video of that. We're trying to get it in the system.
Okay.
I'm not sure that it's not in yet, but we know we've shot it. Our photographer, Scott, has gotten video of that for us. And so, but just a reminder, we'll show it to you here in just a moment once we get it in the system. But point being, yeah, obviously you got to be careful.
Yes, absolutely. It's great to see the rain finally. We just didn't want it to come down at a very short period of time. So that is always a big concern with this band that comes on through. You can see as I wind this out even more, and I'll go ahead and put a loop on it. This is something, folks, that if you missed it on the coverage, I'll explain it again. I would say well after midnight, I would say, when we were starting to get the new models overnight, we noticed around the Kansas City area this kind of little spinning going on, this little what we call like a little vortex going on around parts of Kansas City. And the models are indicating that it was going to kind of make its way east and then a little bit more north and east going into the afternoon hours around here. What was also a big concern is the change in wind speed and direction with height, which we call shear, okay? And when you're dealing with that type of circulation, okay, that type of shear, and you allow it to interact with the updrafts as helping to grow the thunderstorm, you can put that in the vertical. And that would recreate the possibility of seeing some isolated tornadoes, which we have been seeing. But given also the elements that we've been dealing with as well, that the circulations would be a little hard to actually see on the radar itself, and that there would be not only weak, but also brief, and could potentially produce even new circulations as well. So that was the information that we got before sunrise of this morning, and that is why we issued a weather impact alert during Good Morning Quad Cities and for the 11 a.m. for the afternoon hours across our viewing area, especially around the I-80 corridor and point southward, John.
Yeah, let's take a look at that video, by the way. Again, that's 11th Street and 45th Avenue in Rock Island, and you can just see
wow.
that moving water. I mean, you don't want to be really anywhere near that or driving through that if you can avoid it. And I also want to take, if we can, a look at the Beast. I mean, I think it's still heading on I-80. I'm not sure its exact location right now, but you can just see, it looks like they're pulling off there. But moments ago, as they were driving, you could just see the road was obviously very wet. The trucks, as they were passing the Beast, were kicking up a lot of water right into the camera.
Right.
So you could just tell, and you can obviously, as we've been talking about, see off in the distance there a lot of that dark clouds.
This is taking the exit to Geneseo itself.
Yeah.
Okay, and the Beast is going to make his way into, I don't know if he's going to turn around or what, but Geneseo, if you're watching us right now, everything's in the clear for you. Not sure about any power outages that might have taken place, but something that be advised that you are in the clear as that line has now made its way off toward the north. And it looks like the Beast is going to make his way in Geneseo and might even take a right there coming up here on the next stoplight heading toward the east. Like we mentioned, in areas around northeastern Henry County, that's where some pretty intense activity is going on the radar itself. I'm keeping an eye on the rainfall amounts that have taken place from these storms at the Quad City International Airport. Let me make sure, and looks like we've seen over 3/4 of an inch of rain just by that wave that made its way through the immediate Quad Cities itself. I'm going to go ahead and take a look over in Davenport here and find out about the rainfall that took place there. And I am not getting any information there. I'm not sure why. Let me try one more time. And there we go. Go this, 1, 2, 3, DVN, and we pop that up. And it looks like from the over the Davenport Municipal Airport, it looks like they received just about 1/2 inch of rain over there. Heaviest took place just west of the immediate Quad Cities, west of the airports, right around the Muscatine area. That's where we've had about 2 to 3 inches of rain that fell in a very short period of time, and that's why we have that flash flood warning out for those areas. We are still under these tornado warnings out for parts of Henry going into Bureau County. Let me go back to the information from the National Weather Service, because I'm pretty sure we're at 316 right now. I'm waiting for them to expire some of these warnings, and it looks like they will be expiring the tornado warning for central Henry County, and looks like we'll also expire the one in parts of Bureau County as well. Let me see, and that's where they've done. So what we're going to be doing here, we're going to do this is our friends in the booth who have been keeping a close eye, making sure that we're going to all these sources that we have here. We're eventually going to go back to regular programming here, given the fact that the threat is pretty much over with when it comes to any tornadoes that may be going on. We just remind you that we're going to keep an eye on this line that's making its way through eastern Bureau County, a severe thunderstorm warning for the possibility of seeing some heavy rain out of this, some lightning, and also maybe possibly even a brief spin up, but nothing as far as circulation is concerned. I just want to quickly go ahead and put a loop on this, see if I see anything that really sticks out. I do see a nice little wind gust that may be going on right near Hennepin itself, right about there, but I really don't see much as far as any circulation. So I think we get a good rush of wind that may be as high as 50 miles an hour or so, but nothing that's spinning. Still enough that we could see any type of small little projectiles that may get flopped around in your yard. So just keep that in mind. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking you back to programming. Of course, any more, and we'll continue with our streaming, by the way, on the News 8 Plus app. So please go to that if you have it installed on your cable TV. So thanks for joining us. And any more updates, we'll let you know right here on News 8.
Continue with us and watch free now on the 8 Plus app everywhere you stream.
And good afternoon, everyone. Chief Meteorologist James Zahari here, along with John Diaz over at the Anchor Desk, keeping you updated on the activity that has been going on through the afternoon. It has been a very busy afternoon ever since about, I would say about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, where we started to pick up some severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings across our area due to that line that is now making its way not only just north of the Quad Cities, but also toward the east. Right now, the only severe thunderstorm, or excuse me, warning that we have going on is this severe thunderstorm warning. And let me see if I can go ahead and get some, once again, some information on that. Is until about 4 o'clock, and that does include the Princeton, Illinois area. And what we're keeping an eye on is the potential for seeing maybe even a brief spin up that could be taking place. I would say, I'm getting closer here, just near Hennepin itself, south and east of Princeton, okay? And if I go ahead and put the velocity mode on here, I'll go ahead and put my arrow in here. I'll show you what I'm looking at. Is right around here, you know, they're kind of keeping an eye on that. The possibility of maybe seeing a little circulation, very tight, very weak, that could pop up. Not seeing much around the Princeton area, so that is some good news, but just some very heavy rain. Going back to the reflectivity mode, and this pretty much detects where the rain is falling. Also, what we can do is determine the rainfall rate itself. And I got this in motion here. I'm going to put it in the now. And you can see that this is some very heavy rain that is taking place, just getting ready to make its way into the town of Princeton and stretching its way across Interstate 180, just south of Depew and even around Granville. And once again, that continues to quickly make its way from south to north. We could be dealing with some type of circulation going on right near Illinois 26, right near Hennepin, that continues to make its way off toward the north. And once again, going in velocity mode itself, the circulation, if there is any, and once again, very hard to find given the elements that we're dealing with right here, with no eyes that are being witnessed. That is something that we'll continue to watch as it continues to make its way off to the north. So we expect to see, once again, that severe thunderstorm warning for parts of those areas until around 4 o'clock or so. And going back to reflectivity mode, there's the area that we are watching very carefully. In fact, we'll go ahead and put a tracker on this that is now making its way through Princeton and points south and east. Why do we do the tracking? Because that is what we do here. We track storms. That's our shtick. We track storms. And you can see in the upper right-hand corner the towns that will be impacted by this potential severe thunderstorm line. And we're talking about Granville, which is happening right now, as well as over in Princeton. In just minutes away, Hall, in about close to less than 15 minutes, Ohio, the town of Ohio. And of course, in Lamoille and Mendota, we're talking in about 15 to possibly less than 30 minutes or so. So you'll be impacted by some very heavy rain, which could very likely add up to about half to even over an inch of rain in a very short period of time. And that could certainly cause some minor street flooding, certainly can cause some considerable flooding given any poor drainage areas that may be taking place. So definitely keep that in mind. We've been also keeping an eye on the power outages that have been going on, especially on the Illinois side of the Quad Cities. We've had, last check, about 250 customers without power from the band of rain that took place in the immediate Quad Cities itself. Things have quieted down nicely, but we certainly had some vivid lightning that could very likely have been responsible for some of those power outages that may be going on. And right now we haven't heard about any more updates on those
Good
power
news,
outages,
actually.
John?
The number has not gone up. It I think, sort of peaked right around that 250 mark. As far as we could see on the Illinois side of the Quad Cities, that number now down to about 180 customers without
good.
power. So
Good.
making those, those fixes as they need to. We're also checking Ameren, which covers areas of Illinois, and those power outages are very isolated. It's just one customer here,
Oh, good.
one customer there. So if that is weather related, it may just be impacting their home or business as opposed to, say, a widespread area.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's really good news. So hopefully, we haven't heard when the rest of the power will be on for those customers, but given what John just mentioned, from 250 to 180, they're certainly working feverishly in getting that power up. Hopefully, everyone will be back to power by the next, hopefully, hour or two. So we'll keep our fingers crossed on that. But right now, what we're keeping an eye on is that line that continues to make its way off to the north. We only have that one severe thunderstorm warning out for parts of eastern Bureau County until around 4 o'clock itself. If you hear any of the ping that's going on, you can possibly hear from my microphone. That's information, any updates or repeated information from our friends at the National Weather Service regarding that particular line. Of course, we have been noticing a lot of, from our videos, the photographers that we have here at News 8, some of the very heavy rain that took place about an hour or so ago around the immediate Quad Cities that added up to close to an inch to even 3/4 of an inch around the immediate Quad Cities, and it produced some very heavy rain. Another thing, John, is we should go to, and if the booth can do this, remember the conditions that took place on the I-74 bridge. On a Bridgepoint camera.
Yeah, I don't know if we have
Iowa-bound.
video of that, but of what was going on. But as you can see now, all clear, and that cleared just a few moments after we showed it to you. So they make quick work of that. That's usually a good sign. And
We haven't heard any details exactly.
I don't have any
what
details
happened,
of
if
what it was.
Accident or anything like that, but I would say it was like about a half an hour ago or so. There wasn't much movement Iowa bound on the bridge itself.
No, a lot of backup, a couple lanes closed, it seemed like, and we know there was some debris on the side of the road. But again, it just seemed to, we turned our attention away for a moment, and then when we turned back, it was wide open again.
Yeah, so that is some good news, and thank goodness just before rush hour itself. That's for sure. So that was good timing on that as far as getting all that certainly out of the way. Just looking at any more possible updates from our friends at the National Weather Service. I'm going to check out the update for the situation that's been going on right there around eastern Bureau County. Let me see if I can go ahead and zoom in here, because that right now, that is the strongest storm that is racing its way from south to north. Moving at 40 miles an hour now. And the concern that they have here is what we mentioned on the velocity mode, maybe winds that could be gusting around 50 miles an hour, but what they're also concerned about too, and certainly indicative of what we may be noticing here, we put it into motion, maybe a little bit of some brief spin-ups that may be going on entering eastern and northeastern parts of Bureau County. So we're getting some good wind coming on down, maybe as high as 50 miles an hour from those storms themselves. We're also noticing some very heavy rain that's coming down from those storms as well. This is the rainfall intensity, and the colors that we see here, when you get to white, you can't go any higher than that. And we're seeing some of that bright white or gray going on that's getting its way into, now making its way through Princeton. Looks like slowly coming to an end and for our viewers out there in Princeton. But it does have eyes for Dover, going into Cherry, and even farther north going into Ohio and Lamoille. So keep in mind, you're going to see some very heavy rain. Arlington, Walnut, you're on the edge of that heavy, intense rain that is getting ready to make its way just east of your town. So just keep that in mind as these storms continue to push their way off to the north. Once again, some vivid lightning that has been going on. And keep in mind, too, that we could be possibly talking about some brief power outages that may be going on with that line. So there's your severe thunderstorm warning out for another half an hour or so as that makes its way off to the north and east. Still getting all this little dinging going on here. And hopefully it's always nice to always get some good news out of that. They continue with the severe thunderstorm warning, John, for those areas until about 4 o'clock. A little concerned, too, about maybe even some possibly seeing some hail. I'm going to go to the hail probability here. And that's an indication that we could be talking about maybe some dime size or pea size hail that may be going on with that line itself. That may be making its way into northeastern Bureau County. And I'm just extending that hail probability even more. And not too much that we see, maybe a few little specks going on with some of the activity from parts of northern Mercer County into Henry County, just west of Cambridge there, just south of Orion. We could maybe getting a little pea-sized hail out of that, but nothing more that I see there. And then a little farther north as you go, noticing some specks from these storms that are going on just south of Savannah. Might get a little pea-sized hail with that as well, but certainly no warnings that we see from those storms. Just some very heavy rain going on, some embedded thunderstorms as well from that line as that continues to make its way off to the east. Be advised if you're watching us around the Muscatine area, that green polygon you see there is actually a flash flood warning until about 8 o'clock. That could very likely be canceled here shortly because of the rain that fell there, which was around 2, close to 3 inches of rain in a very short period of time. You just can't allow that rain to soak in the ground that quickly. It has been soaking in very well in many of our hometowns, but when you allow the intensity and that time period to be so brief, that could cause some flooding. That could produce some high water in place, especially in rural areas like around 61, a place like around County Road 38 that heads its way toward Wilton itself. So pretty much a concern there. Anyways, what we're going to do here, given information I heard from our news department, is that any more additional information that we see, we will let you know. Just keep in mind of the heavy rain that is going to eventually be impacting portions of northeastern Bureau County. We'll continue to see these showers and thunderstorms. We'll update you on the current that will begin here in about a half an hour or so. And once this line makes its way off to the north and east, then we should be just talking about some spotty showers going on into tonight, likely going into tomorrow. And that should be it as far as any more wet weather going into the weekend. But I'll check on the latest models. Haven't been able to check on that lately. But any more updates, I'll let you know, certainly on the current. Thanks to all the viewers out there to watching our News 8 Plus app. And once again, any more updates that we do see, we'll keep it right here on the News 8 Plus app. Thanks for watching, folks. Take care.
Alert day. James, you have been live all afternoon, it feels like.
Pretty much. I feel like I burned a lot of calories too from this voice box.
Seriously.
And we're still seeing some rain out there, but what's really good news is that the threat of any severe weather I see, tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings, which we had in most of our hometowns this afternoon, is pretty much out of the picture. Okay, you're still going to get your run-of-the-mill thunderstorms and drenching storms like we've been noticing not only around the immediate Quad Cities, but also points north and east. Kind of zooming in areas around the Quad Cities. Yeah, some heavy rain, a little clap of thunder here and there, but nothing severe. This rain has been something else ever since late last night. Well, we've already seen right now in the past 24 hours at least 1 to even over 3 inches of rain, where those higher amounts have been just near the Quad Cities and points south and west. Here's our future track in the next 5 hours or so. Nothing worries about severe weather, but we still have some more spotty showers coming on the backside of this disturbance that has made its way through. So just keep that in mind, but I don't think it'll be as intense as we go through the evening and overnight hours. Temperatures, no surprise, haven't really done much. They climbed their way in the 60s, cooling off a little bit, like we're noticing areas farther north of the Quad Cities with highs in the 50s. And you can see the activity to our south and west is very spotty and almost isolated. So that is what we'll be stressing as we go through the evening and most of the night as well. In downtown Davenport, boy, there's some pretty good rain. Just today alone, close to half to 3/4 of an inch of rain from those storms that made its way through. 60 degrees. And look at the visibility from our Bridgepoint camera. Traffic is getting a little slow there around rush hour. 62 degrees. We've already seen around an inch of rain. And yeah, we may be adding to that total as well going into the early evening. But then we'll start drying out. Can't rule out some more spotty showers as we head later on tonight. And with this saturated air in place, don't expect that temperature to fall too much, more like around 55 to 54 degrees. And that will lead to the coolest day heading into tomorrow and the chance of wet weather as well. We're going to show you how it's going to track in just a few minutes, Shelby.
All right, thanks, James. With this weather impact alert, we are on storm track patrol in the Beast tonight. Cesar Sanchez driving for us right now. He is headed east on I-74 just outside the metro by Coal Valley, over heading towards Moline. As James said, there is a threat for severe storms south of the Quad Cities, but things are looking okay out there right now. Cesar will stay out there and we'll check in with the Beast throughout the current. And thanks to Mary Beth Lincoln for sending in this image of this afternoon's storm. Circulation over by Sherrard between the red barns in the distance. You can maybe see it there if you look really closely at your screen. And as a reminder, if news or weather is happening near you, we'd love to see it. Text photos or videos to 309-304-0888, or you can email them to news@wqad.com. And make sure you're prepared for when severe weather strikes. Download the Storm Track 8 weather app and you'll get the most current weather updates for your hometown. It's free to download for Apple and Android devices. comes from Moline. Dewan getting the drone up in between the rain showers that moved through this morning.
Yep.
And we are tracking storms live right now in the Beast. This is a live look. This is in Moline that he's going down, headed back toward the station, it looks like. He's been all over the place.
He certainly has been. I mean, it's been more heavy rain than anything else in this past 15 or 20 minutes or so. Still some rumbles of thunder out there, but the good news is really, I think the severe weather threat is all said and done, which is nice. But keep in mind, we had some very heavy rain, still having some very heavy rain in lots of our hometowns, and there could be some ponding problems out there. Poor drainage areas, always have to be concerned about that. And you can see with the help of our Bridgepoint camera, it's still coming down. Just got to check here on the latest rainfall amounts. And yeah, in the Quad Cities itself, especially at the Quad City International Airport, last check, 3¼ inches of rain so far, and it's still raining. And that's kind of been the case in areas right around the Quad Cities and points just to the west and south from the I-74 corridor and westward. Anywhere you see the yellow and the orange, and you look at our legend, 2 to maybe over 3 inches of rain, 4 inches. I wouldn't be surprised, 2 to 4 inches right here in just the past 24 hours. That is some nice rain that those farmers definitely needed. We just don't want any heavy rain that's going to pile up. That's our biggest concern. You can see some of the storm reports that have been going on ever since early this morning with some of the heavy rains that have been going on across the area. And then you have to deal with some of the storm activity that made its way through this afternoon as well. Around New Boston, had a potential wind gust with the help of a train spotter around 50 miles an hour. Haven't heard about any damage out there. And just east of Galesburg, around Knoxville, has some thunderstorm wind damage that did bring down a tree on the I-74 eastbound. So that was something that was quite impressive with those storms that made its way through here. Speaking of, this is what's going on right now. Still some showers and thunderstorms taking place. We still have that flash flood warning out for areas right around Muscatine and points northward from Stockton going into Wilton. This was an area from those storms that we had this afternoon, ranging from 2 to 3 inches of rain in a very short period of time. So in those rural areas, you got to watch out for some of the high water. If you see it, as we like to say, turn around, don't drown. Still got some thunderstorms going on, drenching rains around Joe Daviess County, stretching his way down into Carroll, through in parts of Whiteside into Bureau County. There's Princeton, there's Walnut, there's Mendota. More rain than anything as those storms have now made their way off to the northeast. And you can see around the immediate Quad Cities, if you've been looking at our Bridgepoint camera, yeah, it's been getting pretty wet out there. Some very heavy rain making its way through the immediate Quad Cities and continues to make its way off toward the north and east. Here's what's been going on in the past 12 hours. It was really after midnight where some of the computer models are indicating a nice little spin or a little vortex we like to call around Kansas City that would be swiftly making its way across our area. That posed some shearing going on, and it wouldn't take much for a growing thunderstorm, the updrafts, to put it vertically and produce maybe the possibility of tornadoes. And we certainly had several tornado warnings, especially around the immediate Quad Cities, right around the 2, 3 o'clock hour or so. So that storm has now made its way off to the north and east. Well, eventually going to get on the backside of the system, and that will produce some of the spotty showers that will be going on as we make our way in the next few hours. But very spotty and very isolated that we see heading into tomorrow morning. But nonetheless, the chance will be out there. Temperatures won't fall too much, looking at overnight lows for most of us in the 50s. And then as we roll into our Wednesday, still can't rule out another isolated shower or two for the first half of the day. And then it's just going to be mostly cloudy skies the rest of the day and continued to be below normal when it comes to temperatures. In fact, numbers aren't going to change much with 50s and lower 60s for daytime highs. This will be a week's coolest because after that, temperatures slowly will be making their way on the rebound. Right now, we're seeing temperatures from 50 degrees over in Stockton to about 68 degrees over in Mount Pleasant. Stay tuned. We'll show you that Memorial Day weekend forecast with the help of your 8-day tracker right after this.
At On-Call Imaging, we're redefining what patients expect from healthcare. From the moment you walk through our doors, you'll notice the difference. Our exams cost up to 80% less than those at local hospitals, and patients from the Quad Cities and surrounding communities rave about their experience with us. We offer a full range of imaging services, including MRI, CT, DEXA, X-ray, ultrasound, and mammography. At On-Call Imaging, our goal is to make your healthcare journey calm, affordable, and stress-free.
Here's our 8-day tracker, and we do have some changes for the upcoming Memorial Day weekend. It looks like we're going to be talking about some showers in the evening hours on Saturday, but then stays dry after that. Even on Memorial Day itself, right now is looking pretty good. Temperatures will be pretty much in the around that 70-degree mark, upper 60s, right into early next week, and then we'll get that bump in numbers by about this time next week.
I gotta say, I'm happy that Sunday is clear for our second half-hour guest. The Backwater Gamblers start their season on Sunday.
That's right. That's right. When the weather's looking pretty good for that, too.
All right, we'll talk about that in a few minutes.
Yep.
Thanks, James.